Yeah. Yeah, starting in like 15 minutes. Yeah, I'd have some coffee, yeah. But like I can also not don't like
I'll try it and see if it works. Let's see if I can make it work today. Let's see. Well, the color on it just may be very weak again. Let's see.
that's okay.
think I figured out.
Hmm.
I figured out the trick, eh? I have to put it was the filter was not. I kept the filter.
Oh, it's not the proper filter for the.
What I did was I don't know what I did, so I cut the top of it off so it was lower, and then I made sure it was.
Oh, so that that's so
Yeah.
that the water actually drips through it.
Yeah. Oh my God, you have a gorgeous painting. What do you get? What do you have to do? Did you have a break with this thing?
Not really, because this is 8 to 12, and then I start at 12:30. Yeah. I went down to the dock already. It was beautiful. Yeah, there's fog all over the lake. It's so nice.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, if you can sneak down there like now before the fog goes away, it's really nice.
Oh my God. I wonder if I could see anything from here without having to go.
Oh, maybe actually, yeah.
Without having to go down the street.
All right, nice. We'll get started in a few minutes.
It is gorgeous. I can see it from there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's better down there.
All right, mic test, making sure everything's working, and then I'll get started. All right, let's go. Good evening, everyone. Early morning for me. Let's start with the hour of hand review. So like I did last time, I'll watch the hand to the end. And then do the analysis after. All right, let's go through that one again. So with this really big ante format, starting off with a limp with a lot of different hands is going to be good. But King 3 is probably a little bit too weak. Jacks here for min 179, being so deep with the razor. I think flatting's good. Shallower could 3-bet. And then on the flop, of course, Jack's just betting for value. King 3 calling, I don't think there's much there. Then turn going check, I think is self-explanatory. Jacks just want to take a free card and can't really bet for 2 streets of value. So the Jacks check back turn. Now on the river, I think betting with the King 3 is good. I think it's just a little bit too big going for pot. Reason for that is because the hijack here could still have a 10, and it's also kind of difficult for us to have many bluffs because there's not that many hands that we would have check called the flop with in the King 3 spot that would want to bluff the river. We definitely have some stuff like King Jack of spades or Queen Jack of clubs, some backdoors like that. But we'll definitely have a made hand more often, or a pocket pair that can just get to showdown. So I would have preferred a smaller bet with the King 3. And then Jacks, of course, river the boat and raise. I think King 3 could have found a fold here on the river. It's just a little bit too much money going in with bottom boat and so many people seeing the flop. I think that if had the hand gone a little bit differently, where King 3, let's say, bet something like a quarter pot on the river and then got raised, I think then it's a more difficult decision. Because then a lot of what we'll have is stuff like pocket 6s, pocket 5s, etc. But when we pot, it's already a lot of money going in with bottom boat. So as played, I think King 3 could have folded the river, but really I think pre-flop can just be a fold, and river should be a smaller bet. All right, next hand. So this is the more traditional straddle format. So post-flop, this one just looks like a cooler to me. I think some things of note. First, the... whoops. Where did I go? So I think some things of note. First, the cold call of the 3-bet. I think I would just 4-bet and decide, depending on the action after, if I go with the jacks or not. But especially against an opponent who is capable of 3-betting hands like pocket sevens, I think we just want to get a 4th bet in with jacks pre-flop here. When we call, we're going to go 3 ways to the flop very, very often. And essentially, if we do that, it's going to be very hard to play our hand unless we hit a set, or unless the flop is perfect, something like 5-2-2 or 7-3-2, something like that. So I would have 4-bet the jacks here. If it's a lot deeper, like let's say everyone was something like 300 big blinds deep here, so let's say we also had 1,000 here in the big blind, then I think flatting would be okay because I would be uncomfortable 4-bet getting it in against the 3-better. But here I think we can just 4-bet. And then if something happens like we 4-bet and the original raiser shoves and the 3-better calls, then we can just get away from jacks. If we 4-bet, the original raiser will fold, which will happen most of the time. Then we just get it in pre-flop against the 3-better. But as played, yeah, once we get post-flop, there's 110 in the pot, 4 times pot left to play. There's really not much either player can do here. The money's just supposed to go in. It's set over set, and just a cooler for the guy with the 7s. And as far as the jacks play goes, could also check call and slow play. It really just depends how aggressive the 3-better will be, and mostly how thin he's going to be capable of value betting. So for example, if we're up against an opponent that we expect to pot control a lot, so let's say even on a blank turn, like a 2 or a 3, if we expect our opponent to check back overpairs sometimes, then definitely raising is mandatory. If we're up against an opponent who is aggressive and capable of continuing to value bet thin, then I think slow playing is also an option. But both are really okay here. Against an opponent with kind of a wider pre-flop range, I do like raising more, just because there's a lot of hands that will check back from the 3-better's perspective. So let's say something like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, or even just something like 10-9 suited or jack-9 suited or queen-jack. A lot of the time those hands will check back the turn, and we obviously don't want to give them 2 free cards, which will happen if we slow play the jacks here and have our opponent check back turn. And also it's important to get value and protection against hands like ace-king and ace-queen. So the raise is how I would play the hand most of the time, unless I was up against a particularly aggressive opponent. And then once the 3-bet goes in on the flop, I don't think that our opponent is folding very often when we shove and we have top set, so we definitely just have to get all the money in. Alright, so this is the big ante format again, which I believe is the format that I will be playing in about an hour. So again, lots of multi-way pots, lots of limping. Okay, yeah, let me actually look at that one again. So 7-6 isolated pre-flop. which I think is okay. Just calling to see the flop multi-way is okay too. All right, some technical issues, I think. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, yeah, I think that should be good. Hopefully. All right, let's go back to the beginning of the hand again. So 7-6 isolating here versus the limps is fine, and completing the small blind and seeing the flop multi-way is fine too. Really, it just depends on how sticky or how loose we expect our opponents to continue. Like, if we can just pick up the pot with a reasonable frequency pre-flop, and then post-flop we end up heads up very often, then raising is definitely a good play. But if you're in a game where it's just going to go you raise and then it goes call, call, call a lot, then at that point I would just complete the 7-6. It's a good hand if we get heads up, and if we go 3 or 4 ways post-flop very often, then it becomes a lot less good. Our flush draw is obviously low. We make some straights that are not the nut straights, which begins to really matter in a multi-way pot. I like the slow play with the 7-6. The deuces standard to call pre-flop versus the ISO. I don't think there's much to say there. This is an interesting play with the deuces. I actually kind of like it, depending on how capable our opponents are in terms of making big folds. So the pocket deuces, they're almost impossible to get to showdown and win, but we do have some outs against a current flush or a current straight, for example. And if we're up against a small blind, who's the original guy that raised pre-flop, if we're up against a small blind that can, for example, just take this line with, let's say, pocket aces or pocket kings, and then let's say he just folds an overpair with no diamond immediately, or he calls here and then folds the river. If we're up against an opponent like that, then I'm kind of starting to really like the play with the pocket twos. If we're up against an opponent that are just never folding a pair plus a straight draw or any piece of the flop, then the play is not as good. So this is really opponent dependent. 7-6 continues to slow play. I think that's great. And then pocket twos checking back. So this is one of the rivers where I actually think pocket twos now in this heads up pot will have a little bit of showdown value. Like, sometimes we're just going to have the best hand against a hand like ace king with a diamond or ace jack with a diamond that decided to take a passive line. Those are hands that would isolate quite often pre-flop from the small blind. And now that we're heads up against them and we got a brick river, I think checking back the deuces and trying to get to showdown and win is perfectly reasonable. It's kind of what makes the turn play pretty good too. Like sometimes we just get called by worse, and sometimes we'll just get a hand that's better to fold immediately. So yeah, I actually don't mind the line from the player with the pocket twos, and 7-6 slow playing took a great line as well. Of course, the pocket twos are a little bit of a less conventional line, but I can see the reasons for it, and I think it can be quite good. Oof, yeah, tough spot for the aces. So, of course, pre-flop, squeezing against the open and multiple callers is going to be the right play. Post-flop is a very gross spot because, of course, our opponents can have something like tens or jacks or queen jack like our opponent did. So certainly it's not necessarily the case that aces are just always the best hand here. And it is a very gross spot once we get raised. I would say that in this game, I would just never fold here. If we go to the end of the hand, we see that we had a third opponent in here who ended up folding, but who was in there with, I think it was 7-6 offsuit. So in a game that is that loose, I'm not going to be finding hero folds with pocket aces post-flop. And once we get raised, I'm pretty happy to get it in. Of course, it's not a pleasant flop and not a great spot to be in, but in a game substantially loose enough, which this appears to be, I think you just have to go with it. And yeah, Queen Jack played the hand fine, obviously got unlucky. Could also have slow played on the flop, which I think I kind of prefer. And the reason that I would have preferred to slow play the Queen Jack is because we're actually quite shallow once we get to this spot where it's post flop, squeezed, and three ways. So if we call here with the Queen Jack, there's just going to be a quarter pot left to play with the initial player. So it's not going to be hard to get the money in. If a flush draw completes and we end up losing, it's kind of fine in the sense that we would have lost anyway because there are no flush draws that are going to fold to a raise anyhow. So we don't really get protection from flush draws. And there is some value to keeping in hands that are drawing very poorly against us. So for example, if we raise here, this player here could fold something like King Jack or King Queen. And I would assume folding hands like Jack 10 and Queen 10. But if we call, we get to keep those hands in, and we don't sacrifice that much because, again, the stack to pot ratio is very short already, so we're not worried about getting the money in. So I would have slightly preferred a slow play here with the queen jack, but also when we have two clubs and there's two hearts on the board, I can see the reasons for just raising and getting the money in as quickly as possible. And yeah, of course, unfortunate run out for the queen jack. All right, so this is the big ante game. Oof, a lot of money going in here. Interested to see what happens here. Wow. Okay. All right, let me try to make sense of this. Wow, set over set over set. Okay, so let's kind of go one by one. I think the 8-6 and the 10-8 should not be in the hand pre-flop and should have just folded. However, as played, once we call the 10-8 and are in there and we flop an open-ender, when we have a little bit over half pot left to play and everyone else is deeper, yeah, for sure we just have to shove and get the money in. We just have enough equity with the pot odds that we're getting. And also when everyone else is so deep, we get the benefit of other stacks pushing each other out. So of course it didn't happen in this hand because everyone had a set. But a lot of the time, what can happen is, you know, this guy could jam, for example, and then this player ends up folding a 9. Or this guy jams and this guy folds pocket 8s or something like that. And so anytime that happens, it's good for us because we gain that player's equity. So as played, the 10-8 on the flop is good, and then really everyone else in the hand just has a set. So of course all the money is going to go in on such a dynamic board where there's a lot of straight draws and flush draws. The only question mark here is the 8-6 here. I think the 8-6 just has to fold. We do have an open-ender, yes. However, we are going to be dominated quite often by better straight draws or flush draws. So hands like 10-8 and Jack-10 beat us. It's also not that hard for, because the hand started off 5 ways, it's not that hard for someone to have a combo draw here. So something like 10-8 of spades or Jack-10 of spades or Jack-8 of spades. And so if that happens, the 8-6 just gets crushed. So the 8-6 just has to be out of here. And also one of the reasons that we should not have been in the hand pre-flop. And then the guys with the set, yeah, the money just has to go in. So there's not much to say there. The hand plays itself for the 3 guys with a set. Okay, so this one in the big ante game, let me just see what happened again. Yeah, so yeah, everyone limps, button ISOs, jacks just shove. It looks like a really big shove, but I think it's actually okay. It's not really correct to look at this as 200 big blinds shoving, because once we're facing the ISO and after everyone limps, we're shoving something like 5 times the pot, roughly. Like there's 40 in the pot and we have 200 behind. So as a multiple of the pot, it's not that big of a shove, and we do sometimes get called by worse. There's value to getting all of these guys to fold. So the shove, I think, is completely fine. The ace-3 suited should just fold versus the shove. We're not going to be ahead of the shoving range, even though the ace-3 got lucky in this hand. Oof, yeah. This is an interesting one. So this is a bomb pot hand, which makes it quite unique, obviously. So the 8-6 here, this is a very tricky spot. I think that in a game that is loose enough, I think I would just put a raise in, and then depending on what happens after, probably go with the hand, but sometimes fold. So an example of a scenario where I would raise, and it would be a small raise to something like 10 or 11, is a scenario where, let's say we make it 11 and then the button shoves, I think we can fold. Or if we make it 11 and then 2 people go all in, I think we can find a fold. I think in that scenario we'll just be up against a straight or a set or a better 2 pair very often. But definitely I do want to put a raise in a game that's loose enough, because our hand is so vulnerable and there are just not really any good turns for us. Like we're hoping for a 6 or an 8, and aside from that, everything is kind of a bad card. A 7 or a 9, of course, has a 4-card straight on the board now. On a jack or a queen, some straights get there, some hands make better 2 pairs. So I think it's important to just get people to fold, and then it's not going to be pleasant, but I think against the shorter stacks, we can just get stacks in with the bottom 2 pair. That's in a game that's sufficiently loose enough. In a tight game where everyone else is playing more conservatively, I think we can just immediately fold the 8-6. it seems tight, but there are still 4 players left to act behind us. And on a board like this, it's very easy for the players in early position to check strong hands and then try to get a check raise in. And of course, we know nothing about Button's hand because he hasn't acted yet, and he's also the one that we're deepest with. So in a tight, tough game, I think just folding the 8-6 is also reasonable. But I think calling would be my last option. I would just want to put a raise in and get it in against the short stacks, or just immediately fold. Great turn for us, of course. I would have loved it if the cutoff bet a much smaller amount. We really don't need to bet this big to get the rest of the money in. With the 2 players that we have position on, we have less than pot to play. So we're not really concerned about betting big enough to get all of their money. We could bet very small, and we would be able to get stacks in against them anyway. And betting small has the benefit of keeping in hands that are drawing dead or close to dead against us. So, for example, like a hand like 9-8 or 8-7 or 10-9 or 10-7, or even some sort of like open-ender like Jack-9. We want to keep those hands in. They're drawing almost dead against us, so betting very small, something like 7 or 6 into 31, is going to be a little bit better. Just keeps the weak hands in for our opponents, and we're not really concerned about getting enough money in because there's not that much money in left to play. And then the 10-8, from the Button's perspective, I think now he can just fold. It's just going to be very hard for him to have the best hand now. He's going to lose to all the overpairs now. He's going to be losing to any 6. He's going to be losing to straights, of course, and boats. So I think he can just find a fold immediately. And as played, so now on the river, there's less than a quarter pot left to play. 8-6 shoves for value. That's totally fine. The 10-8, yeah, really should have folded the turn and shouldn't be in this position. Once we get here, I guess we can just call. And that's just a function of the pot odds that we're getting at this point. They're just too good. We don't need to be right very often. We need to have the best hand less than 20% of the time here for calling to be correct. So, draws missed. We block full houses. Now at this point, calling, sure. Even though I don't think we beat any value, but I think calling here now is fine. But really should have been out of there on the turn. I'll pick up the pace a little bit just because I think I have 20 hands, and I probably won't get through all of them, but I do want to get through most. So I don't know what the cutoff has yet, but I think the bet on the flop is just too big. It's just a lot of money for a board that's so dry. And especially with the pocket tens, I think that when we bet so big, we really narrow down the hands that continue to hands that are better. So if I wanted to bet the pocket tens, I would bet something small, like a quarter pot. And then that way we get calls from some hands that are worse, and we get a better price for getting protection, which is kind of what the main reason that we're betting is. And then same thing on the turn. I don't think that we get called by worse very often when we shove. But really we should not be in a position on the turn where there's so little money behind and so much money in the pot already. And then King Jack, yeah, in a game that's this loose, where here our opponent was betting pocket tens for such big sizes in a 4 or 5 way pot to start, yeah, there's just no way that I'm doing anything different than with King Jack than what this player did. So well played with the King Jack. All right, big ante game again. Okay, we do see their hands. Okay, so the limp and the limp with the Jack 7 and the King 10, totally fine with the huge ante. Although I think King 10 could also raise preflop. Isolating the Ace Jack preflop is good. We just want to get value. This big bet with the Jack 7 multi-way, I don't really like. I don't mind betting, but if I were to bet, again, I would bet small. Because when we bet so big, like when we bet 45 into 67 and it's 4 ways, if we get called, we rarely have the best hand. Generally, if someone continues versus such a large bet, they'll either have a jack with a better kicker, a 9, or a really good draw. And at that point, we're not really getting value from anything when we bet so big, because we're just narrowing down the hands that our opponents continue too much. So if the Jack 7 wants to bet, which I think would be okay, I would just bet something like 12 or 15 into 67. King 10 calls with the combo draw. I think that's self-explanatory. Ace Jack calls. It's actually, with the Ace Jack in a game that's loose enough, like this one is, I think Ace Jack, yes, should continue. But in a tough game, I would maybe even consider, well, actually, no, being shallower and only having pot left to play. Yeah, always continue the Ace Jack. That's a good play. We could even maybe think about just shoving, just because we are relatively shallow here, And again, shallow in the context of what the pot already is. We have less than pot left to play. Not shallow to begin the hand. I know that the hand started off really deep. But if we're in a game where we can shove and we can expect our opponents to call with a worse jack, I think we should just do that on the button, just because this is a very draw-heavy board. And giving free cards is not going to be good for us. The king 10 here, I think should slow play. We made a straight flush. We can't get drawn out on. And there's roughly pot left to play for us. So there's not really a downside to slow playing. So I would have liked it if the hijack here either just checked or bet something really small. And the benefit of betting something really small is just ensuring that hands that are drawing dead continue against us and put a little bit of money into the pot. And then ace-jack made a good fold here, and jack-7 also made a good fold. But yeah, this is kind of the issue with just jamming the king 10. If we bet something like a quarter pot, ace-jack with the heart would have to continue. It's just too good of a hand where, we have the nut flush draw, we have the pair. So we really want to keep hands like this in. So that's why it's important to bet really small if we do bet, or just check and let a free card peel off. There's not really too much of a downside to it because our hand can't get drawn out on with the king 10. And having the king and the 10 of hearts, we also block a lot of the hands that would have like a pair and a draw that would continue. So something like king queen with the king of hearts. Now our opponents can't have that. So because we're blocking those hands that would continue versus a small bet, that's one of the reasons that checking is totally fine as well. So this looks like a well-played hand from both players. I like that in this case the button bet small on the flop. The hijack decided to slow play. I think that's good. On the turn with the small check raise, yeah, I like that as well from the hijack. I think that with some worse kings we can continue slow playing, but with king jack, kind of the best king that we can have, or the best king that's not a full house, I think that check raising and trying to get all of the money in is good. And then yeah, on the river, I don't think that there's too much reason to do anything other than bet with the king jack, just because I don't really expect our opponent to, on the button, to have too many bluffs. Like if he has a queen, he'll check back. If he has a flush, he'll check back and try to win at showdown. If he has something like, let's say he called the check raise with something like ace-jack, I think that just takes showdown and maybe tries to win against a bluff that gave up. And of course, with the jack of spades in our hand, we also block the most obvious bluff for the button, which would be jack 10. So given that he can't have these, I think that I like betting for value. I would say that maybe betting a smaller size than 2/3 pot is good. It's hard for us to get called by worse when we bet 2/3 pot here, and we're just going to end up chopping a lot. But if we bet something like a third pot, then I think our opponent will call more often with something like a queen that peeled the turn, or just call with a flush, which I think might fold versus this bigger size. Of course, if we're up against someone that's just not going to fold a flush to the bigger bet size, then the big size is good. So this one, as interesting as it is, because of the hands involved and the amount of money that went in, I actually think it's a fairly standard hand from everyone. The 6-4 ISO, it's a little bit loose, but you know, we have a good playable hand. And then once it goes three ways to the flop, yeah, it's just set versus nut straight and a flush draw and a nut flush draw with a pair. So all the money's going to go in. I think everyone played the hand great post flop. So from me a 12 perspective, with the king queen, this is a completely normally played hand. From the, well, I guess we could raise pre-flop with the king queen as well, but antes are pretty big. I think limping some hands is fine as well. The 10 deuce suited, I think, really shouldn't be raising pre-flop. It's just a little bit, well, of course it's a weak hand, and you know, sometimes we do want to raise weak hands as a bluff pre-flop, but the issue here is that there's so many people left behind us, and being in the small blind, we're just guaranteed to be out of position post-flop. So I would just want something a little bit better to bluff with pre-flop. You know, if we want to raise some bluffs, something like 7-6 suited, or something a little bit more connected, a little bit more playable, would be better. And then once we do raise with the 10 deuce and we get post flop, I do think that the money just has to go in. But really, we shouldn't be in this position with the 10 deuce to begin with. All right, family pot on a very dynamic and interesting flop. Let's see. Oof, okay. So let me just watch that hand again from the beginning. I think post-flop, once everyone sees the flop and their hands are what they are, all the money has to go in. I think there's some question marks pre-flop. Let me see again. Yeah, so I think that the 9-8 really should just fold pre-flop against the open. The 6-4, it's closer pre-flop. It is a pretty hand. I think that it's a hand that plays well in games that are tighter, where people have high cards a lot, because then on boards like this, we have an extremely strong hand. In a game that's looser, where people are going to be calling opens with a hand like 9-8 offsuit, and we're going to end up 5 ways or 6 ways a lot, I think it's maybe a little bit too weak to play, just because we're going to make our straights aren't going to be as good. We're just going to be dominated a lot, and really 6-4 suited is a hand that plays well against opponents that have high cards and stronger hands in their range. But if our opponents are playing a lot of hands like 8-6, 9-8, 10-8, then we're going to end up with the second best straights or the second best draughts quite a lot. So the 6-4 I think can fold. The 3-4 I think should fold as well, though I think reasonable to complete closing the action. And then once we get post flop, yes, of course, all the money just has to go in. 6-4 just has a pair and an open-ended straight flush draw. 9-8 has the current nuts, and then 4-3 has the bad straight. But in a game that's this loose, where our opponents could easily have, instead of 9-8, could just have like 8-7 or some sort of draw, of course the money just has to go in. Oh, interesting. So we have a 3x pot bet and a check raise. Okay, so yeah, let's go street by street here. Pre-flop, limping the king 4 with the big ante is fine. Raising heads up would be totally fine as well. ISO with the pocket 8s is good. Calling the king 4, it's close. It really depends how loose our opponent is to raise and also how passive we expect them to be post-flop. I really like the check on the flop with the pocket eights. When we isolate here, we're going to have high cards a lot, and this is a board that will hit our opponents, the buttons, limp, and then call a raise range a lot. So if we check here, we can expect the button to bet quite often, which is exactly what we want when we have top set. So I really like checking here, and then I do like check calling as well. For the same reasons, we can still represent high cards that check called the flop, and we want our opponent to continue bluffing. So I really like the slow play here. I don't see why the king 4 checked back the turn. I think the trip 4s should just bet for value here. It's important to get money in now against made hands before the board changes, before we can't. So for example, on a diamond river, or on a 6, or a 5 river, or even something like a 9 river, it's going to be quite difficult to get value against some hands. So it's important to bet the king 4 on the turn to get value before the board changes. So I don't see why the king 4 checked. And then on the river, I would have liked to see a smaller bet rather than 3x pot here from the button. And the reason for that is because we have a king in our hand, so we block that from our opponent's calling range. It's also a spot where if we just bet something closer to pot and the big blind here has a flush, he should raise for us. So the strong hands that we beat, we kind of get the same amount of money in whether we bet small or 3x pot against an opponent that is aggressive enough, because we can expect worse hands, some worse hands, to raise for value for us. And by betting smaller, we're going to get called by just a pair of 8s or a pair of 7s, or something like pocket queens that took this line more often. So I would have liked to see a smaller bet here. The pocket 8s, I think great idea to keep slow playing on the river for the same reasons as the flop. And of course, we're going to raise. And then once we get raised, from the button's perspective, I think the king 4 should just call. Yes, we have a full house. Yes, it's heads up. But when we bet 3 times pot, it's not necessarily the case that our opponent in the big blind is going to raise like every flush against 3x pot on the river, which is what we want him to have, because of course we have a very non-nut boat. We lose to kings, we lose to pocket 8s, we lose to pocket 7s. So when we bet 3x pot, yeah, I think the big blind can raise some flushes, but might also just end up calling with them, which is kind of the issue of overbetting the river to begin with. So when we get raised, it's tricky, but I think I would just call the king 4 because right now on the river, there's roughly 28 in the pot. And then when we get raised to 160. So already 6 times the pot of, or what started to be the pot on the river, 6 times that amount is going in. And we have something that's very far from the nut boat and we're up against an opponent that can have 8s, can have 7s, can have kings. So as played, I would just call the king 4. Rather than put another raise in. But yeah, really I would have liked to see the button bet something like pot, and then presumably if the button, let's say, bets 25 and then the big blind raises to 75, now the button can think about raising, because if we look at that sequence of action, we can actually expect the big blind to raise maybe every flush, but if not every flush, at least the really strong flushes. So maybe the same thing would have happened if the button bet smaller, but I think when we look at other possibilities of what both players could have had, the smaller bet would have made a little bit more sense. All right, so that's an hour of the hand review. Let me see if I can hop on and start playing with you guys now. Yes, I believe it's time to start playing.
hands are looking to make a little money.
Come play with me. All right, we have a customer. Hello. If you are wondering why I look like I'm in a miniature house, it's because I'm actually at Sam Greenwood's cottage in the attic. I think he did this exact stream, I believe, last week, so you might have played with him. I also remember we played together last time I streamed, which I guess was, actually don't remember when it was. I think it was 2-3 months ago at this point. Although my sense of time is a little bit warped, so it might be a little longer. Yeah, I really like this new big ante format. It's good for heads up too. Forces you to play so many hands, but it's even better for 6 max. Lots of multi-way pots. And I'm generally a really big fan of introducing new, unique formats. I think all that's left is finding a way to introduce stand-up game to online. tight fold. Kind of. Alright, so let's start. Flop quads. Hello. I'm not sure I believe you. I should have believed you. Nice hand. Oh, that's what I get for trying to bluff. You guys actually probably have more experience than I do playing this big ante format, so it'll take me a little bit to figure it out. but it's really fun. I like it, and reminds me of short deck a lot. Alright, you win, you win, you win. Ooh, I was not expecting that. Alright, fair enough, we both hit quads. Yep, good luck. This one I have to try to draw. Fair fight. Overkill. Just needed one of those. Oh man, maybe I should have called that one. Seemed close pre-flop. Oof, thought that was a scary river. Could have been worse. Good fold. Hopefully I win at Showdown, although unlikely. Yeah. Yay, got one through. Yeah, that one you have to call heads up. Can't get away from that one. Yeah, good call. Had to try to bluff that one. I don't think I can ever win at showdown. And I do have the 3 of hearts in my hand, so... But good call. Woohoo! Okay, you win. I just had a draw. Ah, nice. Ugh. Yeah, good sizing on the turn. Anything smaller, I would have continued. Yeah, gotta call that one. Oof, cooler. Well, if you have an ace, you win more money, but I don't think I can fold this one. Nice hand. Excuse me. Nice hand. Wow, quads 4 times. Crazy. I think we're all 3 just flopped quads. Definitely my first one, I just flopped quad aces. I forget the time that you had quads. Did you also flop quads, or did it take a couple of more streets? Was the other one also a 3? I hope. Oof, tough spot for me. I think I gotta let this one go. Oof, phew. Nice hand. Hello, sir. Welcome to the table. Yeah. If we were deeper, I think I would have called the flop just now. And tried to do something on turn and river maybe, but too shallow as is. Woohoo! Successful bluff. Good run out for me. Gross river for a king. I don't know what your kicker was, but I think if you didn't have a diamond, you made a good fold. think that makes my decision easier, and I can just fold. Good luck. Not a lot of hands make sense. That one makes sense. Nice hand. Good fold. Well, I'm glad I didn't bet bigger, because I don't think I could have gotten you off that hand no matter what I bet. And I'm glad I checked back the flop too. I think that could have been more expensive than it was. Yeah, I have to let this one go, I think. Obviously loose pre-flop, but the ante's so big, and I'm guaranteed to have position. I think it's okay to limp that one in pre-flop, though I'm not sure. It's one of the great things about changing formats and introducing new formats, and constantly changing the structure of the game keeps people guessing, rather than repeatedly seeing the same spot all over. I think I could have taken different lines with that hand as well. I like what I did, but I think another option would have just been betting the river myself. The benefit to checking is that I get to pick off bluffs from draws that missed, like 8-9 and 10-9 and 10-8. I could have also bet the turn and shoved to the river. That would have been okay as well, but it does make my hand a little bit more obvious. Maybe I shouldn't have raised so big. I definitely have to raise pre-flop with my hand. It's just too strong, but maybe I made it a little bit too big, because I do want to play post-flop. This was a pretty tight fold by me, but just such a big raise. I think something like 500-600 I would have called. that was a loose pre-flop play by me, but I'm just getting 16 to 1 or something on the button, guaranteed to be in position, so I think I can just play a lot of hands. Just the pot odds are way too good for me to fold. Yeah, it's why I really love this format. It just forces you to play so many hands, and then you have to see flops 5 ways with hands like Jack-7 offsuit and try to figure it out. Very honest poker from everyone just now. Just to tease you a little bit. You'll see on stream soon anyway. I think if the river was checked to me, I would have bet. I just, of course, can't win at Showdown and have to try to bluff some hands. But I don't think I want to bet the flop or the turn with the 7-6 there. I would rather just have something that at least has a straight draw or a spade or an overcard, just something that isn't drawing dead when called. But on the river, if he checked, I think mandatory bluff. I think against the smaller bet, and if we were a little bit deeper, I could do something here, something creative, have some good backdoors, but just have to fold against the bigger bet. So Good bet size, sir. Oof, I don't know. Just no way to improve if I'm behind with that one. Tough spot on the turn there. But I actually think if I have a worse pair but have a straight draw to go with it, it'll be a better hand to call with than what I had. Very tight fold though. Of course, if there wasn't a player behind me, I would never fold. But with the player behind, that also is pretty short stacked and can shove, it's just a really tough spot. And I think I can fold. Very tight. Yeah, here, pre-flop, this was a little bit tight as well, but the combination of being out of position to two players and also them not really being deep enough where I get good implied odds if I hit my flush. Of course, I don't want them to be too deep because if everyone is too deep, then with the suited king, I have to be worried about an ace-high flush on some boards. But there is some sweet spot in between. Probably if they had something like 5, 6, 8,000 instead of 2 or 3, I can call there. But I think with those stacks, if I call, I'm not going to be able to play 3 streets very often. Very often it'll just be like bet flop and then all in on the turn. So not what my hand wants. So I made a pretty tight fold. Oof, I think I can get in trouble if I bet and get raised here, so I'll just check back. Also hard for me to get value there, I think, because after I re-raise pre-flop, it's hard for me to have nothing on that river. So I think it's hard for my opponent to put me on a bluff, so a little bit hard to get called by worse, and also can easily get check raised by a lot of hands because I'm so capped after I check back the turn there. So I like the check back on the river. Yeah, here again, pre-flop. I think just getting such good odds and being on the button, I get to play this hand. If it's limped, of course, once someone raises, I have to fold. Same thing here. If it wasn't for the anti-structure that we're playing with, I would not play this hand. But with the really big antes, I think I can play. Depending on the table, I think if everyone is being super aggressive, then I just have to fold. Yeah, I'll mostly be starting the hand by limping pre-flop with most hands, again, because of the good price that I'm getting. But I want to raise some hands, and I think the suited broadways do quite well when I raise. Not the flop I was looking for. Yeah, I think it's close versus the 10 big blind raise pre-flop. But with the ante being so big, I'm still getting pretty good pot odds out of the small blind, and there's only one person behind me. So I think I can play all the broadways. Unless my opponents are using some strategy where they're just limping most hands and only raising the good ones, then of course something like Queen 10 offsuit becomes quite bad. But I can't know that yet, so for now I'll be playing hands like that. This one definitely not good enough to play.
Oh, look at that. Look at, hey, hey, Puppet. Puppet grabbed the meat from the table.
Good fold.
You want to play again? Huh? Puppet grabbed this one from the table. You go to watch him. He went on the floor with the box dropped down and had it on the floor. Watch it.
Yeah, this one I think I just have to fold now. I like stabbing the flop. It gets a little bit of value, a little bit of protection. But I think, of course my opponent could be bluffing with a flush draw, but some straight draws got there, and of course he can easily have a jack. Yeah, so I think if the river was a brick, like not a diamond, and the card that doesn't complete straight draws, there's not that many of those, but then I can bet small for value, but on that river I think I just want to get the showdown. Hard to bet and then get called by worse. Yeah, the 7's not an ideal card to have here, because I want him to have a 7. But I think enough draws missed that I can profitably call here, where he can just have high cards like that, or just a hand like King 5, or any other 5. Or a hand that's turning itself into a bluff. It's also hard for me to have a hand stronger than a jack there after I check the river. So with that one, I think I'm just trying to get my opponent to fold a pair. Calling would be okay too, but the problem with calling there is that if I get there on the river, it's hard to get value, and my hand is a little bit obvious. But if I shove, I should always have quite a lot of outs against him, and I think that I can easily get my opponent off of a jack. And of course, if my opponent is bluffing and I get him to fold a bluff, that's a good outcome for me too. Just trying to get value from a jack or a pocket pair there. And then if he had bet the river, unless he bets something very big, I think I just have a really easy call. Of course, some draws got there, and I'll be losing to some hands, but 10-9, 10-8, 9-8, King-9 still missed. Also, my opponent can just have some other float, like a King-high backdoor flush draw or something like that, or be turning bottom pair into a bluff. So if he bet any amount that's around pot or under, I would have called the river, and then once he checks, I think I have a thin value bet, not super clear, but I think I can go for value. Obviously very loose for me pre-flop, but I really think getting 20-1, I can complete probably any two cards there. Unless the player in the big blind is very aggressive, which he might be, I just don't know yet. If the big blind is aggressive enough, then completing that hand will not be good. But it can never be that bad. You're putting 10 into a pot of over 200. Pre-flop is a little bit loose, but because I'm starting the hand by limping everything and have so many weak hands, I think that a hand like that I have to defend, but limping and then folding to the raise would be a reasonable play as well. lucky river for me, but I'm happy with how I played that hand. I think my opponent played the hand well as well. But yeah, on the flop and on the turn, I think I can get him to fold some one pair hands that don't have additional equity. And if I check the turn, I don't think that, unless he bets very small, I don't think that I can profitably check call. So if I check, then I'll be check folding versus a bet, which isn't ideal. And if it goes check check, I think it's going to be hard for me to get value on the rivers that I improve on. So betting with my hand, and then kind of setting my own price, having a little bit of fold equity, I think makes a lot of sense on the turn. And then on the river, I think that I just have an easy check, and I can try to get to showdown against King 10, King Jack, Ace Jack, or chop with the same hand. And I don't think that betting gets called by worse. Maybe occasionally, but not very often, and it's quite easy for my opponent to have two pair or a straight with a hand like pocket nines or 10-9 or jack-9. So I like checking the river and hoping that he checks back and I get to see a showdown. Close one pre-flop. I could have called as well, but it's just a little bit too weak, I think. So I had nothing on the flop there, but I think it's a good hand to bet on the flop because there's so many good turns for me that I can continue bluffing on. Like I can turn double gutter like I did, or I can turn an open-ender. I could also just turn a club and pick up some equity that way and continue barreling the turn on a club. I could also turn a jack or a 9 and either check and try to win at showdown or bet for value even. So I really like the flop bet, and then of course on that turn I'm continuing with my bluff, and then fortunate river for me. And raising there is self-explanatory. Of course, I'm just trying to get value from something like 2-pair or a worse straight. Cooler. Yeah, well played by you. Nothing you can do there. And I don't think I have too many interesting decisions in that hand either. Maybe the flop check is a little bit interesting, but really, I just have a hand that is in a heads-up pot still going to be good a lot, but I don't want to get check raised and blown off of my hand. There's some good turns for me like that one. I could also turn a diamond. Potentially I could even just get to showdown and win. So that's why I check back the flop. I don't like it, but I think I just have to fold. Within that flush draw, I would definitely call, but I might be not even drawing to the best flush here. Very easy for my opponent to just have a hand like ace-jack of clubs and me being pretty dead. I think this is going to be an ace that checked back for pot control a lot, so I'll fold, but definitely possible that I'm getting bluffed here. Yeah, if it was a bluff, I think it's a really good line, because it represents having something like ace-9 or ace-8 so effectively. Just checking back the turn for pot control, and then on the river, assuming that we have the best hand with something like ace-8 value betting. So it's the hand that I expect to see most often on the river from my opponent there. But yeah, if you bluffed me, well played. Good hand to raise pre-flop, something like this. It's a hand that, of course, benefits from getting folds because we have 6 high, so getting our opponent to fold anything pre-flop is going to be good. And then the times that we get called, we still have a hand with good post-flop playability. And also, it allows us to have some very sneaky and disguised hands on boards that we might not be perceived to hit. So it's a good hand to throw in as a raise quite often, just to balance the times that we have high cards, which we'll mostly have when we're raising against a limp there. Nice hand. Yeah, river is an interesting decision. The reason for the call is I think it's just hard for my opponent to be value betting a one pair hand. So if I assume that he's not going to be value betting as light as one pair, it really narrows down his hands to flushes and 2 pairs and sets. And it's hard to have those. And it's a heads-up pot that, started off with a limp. So both of us have a lot of different hands. So very easy for him to have just a random gut shot that missed. Something like King 4 even, I think, was a gut shot, and then it would have to bluff on the river. Of course, I would prefer to have a diamond in my hand to call, but I think my opponents are aggressive enough for me to want to try to catch a bluff with a hand like mine sometimes as well. Loose peel on the flop. I think because I bet small and then the check raise was pretty small, I can profitably continue. But if the check raise was bigger, then I would just fold immediately. If it was suited, I would call here, but I think a little bit too weak against the big open. I give up. I think it's just too hard for me to represent credibly a hand that would want to value bet here. And yes, I think Mr. Semi-Bluff is smart enough to sniff it out if I bluffed the river there, and I think he would have just called me with the pair of 4s. So I like the give up there. Ooh, cooler. Yeah, standard hand there from both of us. That's just a little bit of a cooler. Well, not the river I was looking for. Still interesting, though. I do think I still beat all bluffs. Yeah, the problem is the 10 is just a bad card for me to have there. A lot of the times that my opponent will be bluffing, it will be with a 10 because a lot of missed Straight draws have a 10. Yeah, I think I have a hand that beats all of his bluffs, but the 10 is just so bad. I think if I have a hand like ace-8, then I'm very happy to call the river there and try to catch a bluff. But with the 10, I just don't really like it. Lots of good turns for me with this hand. That's why I bet the flop. I could barrel a diamond or like a 4 or a 7 or a 2. But this is not one of the good turns. It's a very good turn for my opponent. He'll have a lot of 6s that check call. And I'll mostly not have a 6 when I'm betting the flop. I hope Mr. Semi-Bluff comes back. I remember last time I streamed, which would have been, I guess, yeah, 3 months ago or something like that. We had quite a long battle, so I hope he comes back. That was fun playing with him. Yay, you're back. Hello. Good sizing. I have to fold this one. Against a smaller bet, of course, I would call, but he picked a good size there. Yep, a standard hand from both of us, I think. Definitely has to call the river with an 8. Bluff. You can't have the screen name semi-bluff and then check back the flop and the turn with an open-ender. A little bit thin on the river for me, but I think I just have the best hand very often. I think occasionally I might actually win against like 10 high or 9 high here and have a little bit of showdown. Yeah. Aces. Even if I don't improve on the turn there, like I did, I would have bet for value because I think heads up, I'm just going to have the best hand very, very often. Good bet size, good bet size. Okay, you have it. Nice. Good hand. I successfully semi-bluffed Mr. Semi-Bluff. I think I could check the flop there as well, but betting's going to be good also. Just always have some equity when called. And might get some hands like King 2, King 3, etc. to fold. Or just getting any two cards to fold is a good outcome as well. Oof, tough spot. I think I can fold this one. All right, I'm around for about 10 more minutes if anyone else wants to hop on for a bit. And then after that, I'll have to go and play some tournaments.